tonight. You get 500 free. 738 dial in. Okay, looks like we got 23,000 records at the starting line. Here we go to the strike. Red light comes off for James Turner. 739 on a 738 dial in. As Reed Farrar goes out with a 652 on his 649. And your margin of victory was 0-0-0-2. That's a close race. John Dwayne coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 602 is going to be his dial in. He'll go against Mike French over here in the Budweiser lane. 633 is his dial in. French in that 65 Chevelle wagon. Dwayne in his Camaro. And we got a clean green line starting both lanes. Looks like that about 18,000 separated the two at the starting line and the stripe. The win line's coming off of Mike French on a double breakout. He breaks out by 8,000. John breaks out by 14. Paul Allen coming up next. 702 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Maverick. He's out of Middleburg. Coming up against Clint Wilson. He's out of Providence, Florida, in the 68 Nova. 686 is his dial in.
I want to welcome everybody to On the Spot Motorsports Media. Eliminations are underway as I speak, and with the first round of the Rollins Automotive Pro Class.
Red light start there by Clint Wilson is going to get Paul Allen the automatic win. Paul's 0-17 on the reaction time, breaks out by 9,000. Tommy Borgia coming up next. He's out of Dunellen, Florida. 766 is his dial in. He'll go up against the Purple People Leader. This is Lee Hauser. 720 the dial in for the 71 Dodge Dart out of Ponte Vedra. Okay, we got a double red light start. Tommy Borgia is going to get the win light here as he was 009 red to another 21 red for Hauser. Tommy goes through with a 770 on his 766, and Lee went 716 on the 720. Jimmy Hall coming up next. He's out of Hilliard, Florida. 715 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He'll run against Richard Lindsay over there in the Budweiser lane. 645 is the dial in for the Ford Mustang. All right, got a clean green light starting both lanes. Neither one was real stellar, but Jimmy Hall's going to get the win light here, 721 on a 15 dial in. It's a good run for him. Richard Lindsay breaks out with a 643 on his 645. I'll bring up D. Lichty next. He's out of St. John's, Florida. 664 is the dial in for the 69 Camaro. He went up against Ernie Renfro. Ernie over here in the Budweiser lane, he's got a 665 dialed in on his 1970 Camaro. So this is just about a heads-up run here, folks, in round one. All right, got a clean green light start. One's a little late, though, and it looks like D. Lichty's going to get the win light here as he goes 665 on his 664. Ernie goes quick, 662 on his 665. Aaron Reynolds coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 621 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Melbourne. Coming up against Tom Courtney out of High Springs, Florida. 650 is the dial in for the Pontiac Trans Am. All right, here we go. They're staged up, ready to go. And a red light start by Aaron Reynolds is going to give Tom Courtney the automatic win. And Reynolds goes 001 red. Courtney goes through with a 647 on his 650 dial in. So need to work on that. Moving on to round two. Mike Botany coming up next. 6:30 is going to be the dial-in for the Ford Mustang out of Venice. Coming up against Rick Smith over here in the Budweiser lane. 8:50 the dial-in for the Pontiac Firebird. Okay, we got a clean start here. One of them's real good, one of them's real late. And one is real good, just one. Mike Bockley goes 647 on his 630 dial, and he was 026 on the tree. Smith goes to the car, goes through with a 867 on that 850 dial in. Mike Gaffney made it to the semifinal, made it to the finals last night. Lost a close one to Kelly Hicks in Super Pro. He'll go up against Fireball. Jeremy Davis over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 585 dialed in. And we got a clean start here. Looks like we got 45 thousandths of a second difference at the starting line. This is going to be Davis getting the win light here. He goes 586 with his 585. Gaffney runs dead on with a 3. Can't get it done as he was behind on the Christmas tree. Davis was 009 to an 054. All right, I believe this might be William Kraft over here in the Lucas Oil Lane in the S10 pickup. He'll be going up against Anthony Baera. Anthony turns on the red light, gives the automatic win to the S10. And the S10 goes through with 674 and then 678. Bob Hoxton coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 693 dialed in on his Chevy pickup. They go up against Brett Veneman over here in the Budweiser lane. Veneman with an 824 dial in on the Chevy Malibu. All right, 75,000 difference at the starting line here. And Veneman is going to get the win line here as he goes 829 on his 824 dial in. He was 003 on the tree. Auction was 694 on the 693. Jerry Vizzo coming up next. 629 is going to be the dial in for the 67 Chevy 2. He's out of Land Lakes, Florida. And Tim Pappard out of Adel, Georgia. 742 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. All right, we got a clean green line starting 8,000 separate the two at the starting line. This will be a close one. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Pappard getting the win line here, 743 on his 742 dial in. Jerry goes out 630 on his 629. They were both over by 11th thou. Your margin of victory was 84 10,000ths of a second. Rob Reynolds coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 636 is the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Melbourne. He'll be running up against Leah Tadero. She's over here in the Budweiser lane. 765 will be her dial in, driving that 74 Chevrolet van. Red line starting by Leah Tadero is going to give Rob Reynolds the automatic win. And he goes through the 647 on that 639, 636 dial in. Scott DeLeon coming up next. Chevy Malibu out of Bellevue, Florida. And he'll run up against Larry McClendon. McClendon's out of Beverly Hills, Florida. He's got a 689 dialed in on that 66 Plymouth. All right, attention in the bids, attention in the bids. Need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pros. Start making your way into lanes 1 and 2, please. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pros. Start making your way into lanes 1 and 2. Come on down. Need Super Pro Motorcycles, Super Pro Motorcycles. Need y'all to the lanes. Super Pro Motorcycles. Need y'all to the lanes. Come on down. Kevin Roberts coming up next. 738 is going to be the dial in for the 69 Camaro. They're running up against Colin Nash over here in the Budweiser lane. Colin with a 550 dialed in. He's out of Orlando. Red line start there for Colin Nash. Going to give Kevin Roberts the automatic win. Kevin goes 740 on his 738. And Colin goes through the 553 on his 550. Paul Bizzo coming up next out of Brandon, Florida. 629 is going to be the dial in for the 66 Chevy 2. He'll go up against Steve Welsh over here in the Budweiser lane. 679 is his dial in for that 75 Duster. Yeah, red light started for Paul Bizzo is going to give Steve Welsh the automatic win. And Welsh gets through the 674 and the 79 dial in. He'll need to work on that. Bizzo also broke out with a 627 on his 629. Kyle Cox coming up next. 729 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Coming up against Donnie Hutto over here in Budweiser lane, 694 the dial in for the Mercury Comet. He's out of Jessup, Georgia. And we got a clean green light start in both lanes. And here we go to the stripe, and the win line's coming on for Kyle Cox. He goes dead on 5 and gets the win line. Hutto broke out with a 691 on his 694. This ought to be a good one here. We got Phil Green coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 603 is going to be the dial in for the 68 Camaro. He's out of Ocala. Coming up against Joe Cool Hutto out of Jessup, Georgia. The 1974 Maverick's got a 694 dialed in. Okay, 9,000 separates the two in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Into your win lights coming on from Phil Green as he goes dead on 9. Joe Cool breaks out by 3,000. David Zinke coming up next. 705 the dial in for the Plymouth Duster over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll run up against Amber Matz over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 676 dialed in on the S10 pickup. Okay, 7,000 separates the two in the starting line. And here we go to the stripe. The win line's coming on down there for David Zinke. 707 on that 705 as Amber breaks out by 11 thousandths. Dawson Bass coming up next. 715 is going to be the dial in for the 95 Mustang. Here we're up against Dwayne Schmidt Sr. over here in the Budweiser lane. 710 the dial in for the Nova. Yeah, red line start there for Dawson Bass. Going to give Dwayne Schmidt the automatic win light. And Schmidt goes through the 712 on that 710 dial in. That'll bring up your next pairs. We're going to have James Evans coming up over here to Lucas Oil Lane. 698 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. Going up against Corky Bumpus over here in the Budweiser lane. 672 the dial in for the Plymouth Barracuda. He's out of Ocala. And red line start there by Corky is going to give James Evans the automatic win. And Evans goes through with a 697 on his 98. Bumpus went 669 on his 672. All right, this is the final matchup here in this round of the Pro Eliminator. Is it a good one? You got former National Super Pro champion Mark Horton over here in the Lucas Oil lane. You got current Division II Super Street champion John Rollins over here in the Budweiser lane. Horton's got a 640 dialed in with his Camaro. 597's the dial in for the Nova for Rollins. And you got 5,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Your win line's coming on for Mark Horton, 10-0 with an 028 reaction time. Rollins goes out with a 598 on his 597 dial in. Okay, this looks like, I believe, Jackie Bennett coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the dragster. Jackie Bennett up there in his top dragster. He just moving up into that class out of the top sportsman class where he was I think it was division champion in super in top sportsman a year or so back. Now he's stepping it up to the top dragster category. And by the looks and sounds of it, it looks like he's got a mean dragster out there. All right, here we go. 12 reaction time. Jackie's going to pour into it. He lets out of it down there. Still goes 707 and 141. He was 411 and 168 miles in the 8th mile.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit. We'll protect it.
The number one source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
You make your way into lanes 5 and 6.
All right, just give you a heads up. We just completed out the Rollins Automotive Pro class. We're moving right on into to the motorcycles, which is Super Pro motorcycles. That will be followed by FB Trailer Super Pro class, Junior Street Pro motorcycles, Allen Speed and Machine Shop Sportsman, and then FB Trailers Junior Dragsters. So we're going to go to a split screen as I got to get ready to race here in just a little while.
All right, here we go. Round 1 of the Super Pro motorcycles. And we got Vance Howdeshell coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Vero Beach, Florida. 748 is going to be the dial in. Driving an electric Harley Davidson. Going up against Richard Holder over here in the Budweiser lane. 552 is the dial in. He's out of Jacksonville.
just go ahead and give you a little warning. If you're watching this on your computer or your phone, you can use your smart TV and go to our YouTube channel and get to see it a whole lot better on your big screen. Thank y'all for following On the Spot Motorsports Media.
All right, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go at the stripe here. Win light's coming off for Vance Houtershells. He was dead on forward. Gets the win light there. His Holder goes 557 on his 552. John Up the Grove coming up next. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 560 is going to be the dial in. He'll run up against Sam Parrish over here in the Budweiser lane. 570 the dial in. He's out at Green Cove Springs. Okay, so win light's going to come on down there for John Up the Grove. Sounded like Sam was having some problems with the bike out there as he slowed down quite a bit to a 597 on that 570. But Sam certainly had it covered on the Christmas tree. So Up the Grove is going to move on into round number 2. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. coming up next. 582 is his dial in. And he is out of Citra, Florida. He'll run up against Anthony Vieira out of Palm Coast. 557 the dial in over here in the Budweiser lane. And your win light's coming off for Schmidt. He goes through the 584 on that 582 dial in. Anthony goes out with a 560 on his 557. Schmidt had him covered on the tree with an 058 to an 077 reaction time. Larry Berger coming up next. 724 is going to be the dial in for the big rod out of Jacksonville. And he'll run up against Fireball. Jeremy Davis over here in the Budweiser lane. 584 the dial in for the driver out of Palm Coast. Red light started by Larry Berger is going to give Jeremy Davis the automatic win. Jeremy goes through with a 581 on his 584 dial in. Berger went 750 on 724. Colin Nash coming up next. Got a 551 dialed in. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Orlando, Florida. He'll run up against Roy Hagedorn. 563 is going to be the dial in for the bike rider out of Venice, Florida. Okay, 19,000 separates the two of the starting line at the stripe. It's going to be Hagedorn getting the win line here. 565 on the 63 dial in. Colin Nash goes out 552 on his 551. And that'll bring up Dwayne Leachman. All right, attention in the pits, Junior Street, into staging lane 8, Junior Street, staging lane number 8. Allen Speed Machine Sportsman, you can make your way into lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, make your way to lanes 5 and 6. All right, Leachman goes 561 on his 558 dial in. round one of our Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. And we got Brendan George coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 485 to dial in for the dragster out of Beverly Hills. And right up against Brandon Williams over here in the Budweiser lane. 740 is the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. He's over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, we've got 10,000 difference at the starting line here. Here we go to the stripe. Is Brendan George getting the win line here, 486 on 485. He was 001 on the tree. And Brendan Williams goes out with a 741 on his 740. Dave Demarest coming up next, 479 to dial in for the dragster out of Fort McCoy. And Bobby Trudell out of Fort White is going to be over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 509 dialed in. Okay, 1,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Dave Demarest getting the win line here as he goes dead on forward, gets the win line. Trudell goes 510 on his 509. They were 011 and 012 on the Christmas tree. Bruce Bennett coming up next. 565 is the dial in. He's out of DeBerry, Florida. He'll run up against David Harris out of McClenny. 480 is the dial in for Harris. Red line started by Harris is going to give the automatic win here to Bruce Bennett. And then it goes through the 555 and his 565 dial in. I'm going to bring up Chad Kennedy next. He's out of Middleburg driving the Ford Mustang. Going up against Alan Roush over here in the Budweiser lane. Roush out of Jacksonville. Roush got a 617 dial in on his S10 pickup. 611 the dial in for the Mustang. Okay, looks like we got a 52,000 difference at the starting line, and at the stripe is going to be Alan Roush getting the win line here, 620 on a 617 dial in. Kennedy breaks out with a 608 on his 611 dial in. Randy Banger coming up next, 494 is the dial in for the dragster over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Going up against David Hicks out of St. Augustine, 501 is his dial in. Red line started by Hicks is going to give Banger the automatic win. Banger goes through the 493 on that 494, and Hicks goes 581 on his 501. That's going to bring up Barry Rowell next. Driving the little Chevy Vega out of Nahunta, Georgia. He's got a 586 dial in. He'll run up against Mark Watson. Watson's out of Shelburne Bluff, Georgia. 598 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Trans Am. Okay, looks like we got 13,000 difference at the starting line. At the stripe, it's going to be Barry Rowell getting the win line here, 587 on a 586 dial in. As Mark Watson bows out with a 601 on his 598. Jerry Vizzo coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 631 is going to be the dial in for the 67 Chevy 2. Here up against Zach Collins over here in the Budweiser lane. Zach's got a 624 dial in on the 77 Vega. He is out of Citrus Springs. All right, attention to the pits. Need the Pro Bikes. Pro Bikes to lane 7, please. Pro Bikes, lane 7. Okay, red light start there for Jerry Vizzo is going to give the automatic win here to Zach Collins. Collins went 622 on 24, and Vizzo goes 632 on his 31. That's going to bring up Billy Dunn next. 469 the dial in for the dragster out of Leesburg. All right, 493 the dial in for Daniels, 469 the dial in for Dunn. I need the Pro Bikes, lane 7, please. Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Junior Street, you should be in staging lane number 8. Junior Street should be in lane 8. Sportsman should be in lanes 5 and 6. Okay, Billy Dunn's getting the win line here, 475 on a 69. Daniels went 494 on his 493, but behind on the Christmas tree. Bubba Hawthorne coming up next. 442 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Here up against Trent Horton over here in the Budweiser lane. Trent with a 491 dial in. All right, here comes Flying Brian Jones over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 464 is going to be the dial in. Then we're going up against James Bunner over here in the Budweiser lane. 577 the dial in. He's out of Dade City, Florida. All right, 3,000 separate these two at the starting line, and it's going to be James Bunner getting the win line here, 578 on a 77 dial in as Brian Jones breaks out by 7 thousandths of a second. Robert Ledbetter coming up next. He's out of Fort Pierce, Florida. 591 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. Going up against John DeWayne over here in the Budweiser lane. 6 flat the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He's out of Jacksonville. separate these two in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Win light, John Dwayne. 601 on his 6 flat dial in. 597 on the 91 for Ledbetter. That'll bring up Nick Brown next. 607 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. And Jason Graham will be over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 569 dial in on his 65 Chevy 2. Big wheels up start there for Jason Graham. Looks like we got 15,000 difference at the starting line, and it's going to be Nick Brown getting the win line here, 608 on the 607 dial in. Jason breaks out by 8 thousandths. Next pair coming up, we're going to have Scott Gibson over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 464 will be his dial in. He'll run up against Kurt Carlson over here in the Budweiser lane. 490 is going to be the dial in. He's out of St. Augustine, Florida. All right, got 13,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go. The stripe. The win line comes on down there for Scott Gibson as he went through with a 468 on that 464 dial in. Kurt Carlson goes out with a 496 on his 490. All right. Lou Hawthorne, I believe, coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 443 dial in. He'll go up against James Hicks Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. 507 is his dial in. All right, 3,000 separates the two at the starting line. It's going to be James Hicks Jr. getting the win line here as he goes dead on 6 and gets the win. 447 on that 443 and then Lucas Oil lane. All right, that's going to bring up Louis Two Shoes. Luke Alley will be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 562 to dial in for the Chevy Corvette. And he is going to match up with A.J. Kelly over there in the Budweiser lane. Kelly with a 454 dialed in. So neither one in a hurry to get staged up, but they are finally there. Red light starts here by Luke Alley. He's going to give the automatic win here to A.J. Kelly. Kelly goes dead on 5, gets the win light. Lou went dead on 6, but pulled the trigger just a little bit too early on that Corvette. Chuck Trotter coming up next. 464 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of McClenny. And he'll go up against Dan Fuzzy Nice Warren over here in the Budweiser lane. 640 is his dial in. a big pop out there on Dan Warren's truck, and it starts slowing down. So he's going to be pulling it off to the side as he is slow rolling. Let's see if he's going to be able to make it all the way through. Warren was having some problems with the truck yesterday. Had a small electrical fire in it. Caused a problem with the transmission cooler line on it yesterday as well. So he's had some issues with it. It looks like they're continuing today. So we're going to be on hold here for a few minutes, folks, while we go down and check everything out, make sure we get the truck off the track, and make sure there's no leakage out on the raceway as well. All right, so it does look like there is some leakage out there on the raceway, so we're going to be down for a little bit of cleanup here, folks. So kick back, fellowship with your neighbors there, and have a good time. We'll be back underway as soon as possible.
All right, looks like we're going to be down for just a little while. Got some oil to clean up off the track. So, tell you what, we're going to take a break and go to a couple of commercial support on the Spot Motorsports Media.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit. We'll protect it.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
The number one source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida at David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
Material.
Hey, I want to thank everyone for watching On the Spot Motorsports Media from Gainesville Raceway for their ET Bracket Series that is sponsored by Scorpion Race Products. Hey, check them out. Go to the website. We always want to thank all these companies that participate in our sport, because without them, guess what? Probably wouldn't be happening. We also want to thank our sponsors, Rollins Automotive, FB Trailers, Allen Speed and Machine Shop for their continuing sponsoring the classes. And we also want to thank Gaines Photography, which is here taking photos weekend of almost every event. I'll tell you what, he does a really, really great job, and we'll appreciate him very much. Also, don't forget this Thursday night at 7 o'clock Eastern Time, we will have Paige Coughlin joining us. We're going to be talking about the Street Outlaws No Prep King series and how she got involved in that and what is the future for the young lady. So you don't want to miss that. Then on the 20th, we'll have yet another young lady joining us from Australia, Michelle Morrison. We're going to talk about the drag racing over there on the other hemisphere, per se. And then on the 27th of this month, we will have Cami Caruso joining us. We're going to talk about the recovery from her injury and when is the next time that we will possibly see her back in the Pro Stock class. Will it be this year, or will it be back here at Gainesville Raceway in March? So we've got a lot of great shows coming up, and we're working on getting some other people set up to interview. We want to apologize again. We had some difficulties getting Kenny Delco on, but we're going to reach back out and try to see if we can get those things sorted out so we can have him on hopefully in July, talk about the gains that they have been making in the Pro Stock class. Again, we're down right this time as we had a little bit of oil get on the track from one end to the other, so they're out there scraping it. So this may take a little while. We're going to roll on over and pay some more bills.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
The number one source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida and David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
just give everybody a heads up. Looks like it's probably going to be another 30 minutes or so before we get back. Maybe even close to 45 minutes, because after it gets done scraping, got to go back over it, drag it, put some VHT down, and so just bear with us as cleanup continues. All right. We want to thank everyone joining in and watch the coverage of the Gainesville Raceway Scorpion ET Bracket Series. Track crew's still out there scraping after an incident earlier with rear end actually exploding. We're probably got 30 more minutes to go before we're able to get action back on the track. Don't forget to come join us Thursday night on our podcast with myself and Robert Simpson, as Paige Coughlin will be joining us. We're going to talk about the Street Outlaw No Prep Kings, and actually she made it to the final, and we're going to talk a little bit about that and how that all worked out. They ended up having to split the pot. So it's going to be a great show, and we'll like to have you join us. Also, don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. We're trying to get the numbers up there, as well as continuing getting the numbers up on our Facebook page. We want to thank everyone who is following us. Hey, tell a friend, tell them to come on over and check out the page. We try to keep everyone up to date on what's going on, mainly in NHRA, but we also try to do our best with NASCAR, with both the Xfinity Series, the Cup Series, and the Craftsman Series, and a little bit of ARCA as well. But again, just bear with us as track cleaning continues. All right, we're ready to go back racing. How about that? I want to thank the crew for getting up all the mess off the track.
All right, y'all should be getting loaded up and ready to go as we're getting ready to go at it again.
So we're going to go side by side as I
Appreciate
got to
everybody's
run here
patience out
soon.
there, and thank those guys out there for getting it all cleaned up, straightened out, and ready for us to go have some fun. So let's get ready to do it. Fireball, football.
All right, let's get this party started.
All right, so here we go. We got Derek, Punky Brewster, coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 5:30 is going to be the dial-in. He'll be going up against April Prince over here in Budweiser Lane, out of Gainesville, Florida. 6:25 going to be the dial-in for the S10 pickup. Red line start there by Derek Brewster is going to give the automatic win here to April Prince. And she goes through the 6:22 on that 6:25 dial-in. Mike Bonacci coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 5 flat to dial in for the dragster out of Ocala. Coming up is Alan Roush over here in the Budweiser Lane. 6:18 to dial in for the S10 pickup out of Jacksonville. All right, red light start there by Alan Roush. Is going to give Mike Bonacci the automatic win. Mike goes through 5:04 on that 5 flat dial in. Roush went 6:17 on his 6:18 dial. That's going to bring up Jordan Prince next. She'll be over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. 466 is going to be the dial in. Going up against Keith Collins Jr. over here in the Budweiser Lane. 5:59 will be his dial in. All right, got a clean green light start. Here we go to the stripe. The red light's coming on down there for Keith Collins on a double breakout. He breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. Jordan broke out by 3. All right, here comes Jackie Bennett. Jackie Bennett's going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Pro Charge top dragster. He's got a 440 dialed on it. Going against Bobby Trinnell out of Fort White. He's got 509 dialed in on his dragster over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, Jackie Bennett goes through with a 402, 180 miles an hour. As Trinnell, he broke out, but not by that much. He's got 506 on the 509. Trinnell's going to move on into the next round. Oh, I got a celebrity with me here now. Fireball, Jeremy Davis coming up to see me. What's up, man? All right, here we go. So we got Autumn, Deer Set coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 512 is going to be the dial in. She'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. She's going to match up against the birthday boy, Grayson Wright, over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, looks like we got a 26 now difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Win line comes on for Grayson Wright. 497 on his 495. Good run there for him as Autumn breaks out with a 509 on her 512. That'll bring up Adam Derossett. 492 is going to be the dial in on the dragster here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's out of Hayhauer, Georgia. go up against Haley Wright over here in the Budweiser lane. So you got the daughter matched up against the Wright's kid, and you got the dad going to race the Wright's daughter. So, hey, this ought to be interesting. So Haley's got a 512 dialed in. She's out of Middleburg. Okay, red line start for Adam DeRossette's going to give Haley Wright the automatic win. Haley goes dead on 6, picks up the win. So the Wrights did good in that round. Both of them moving on. Fortunately for the DeRossettes, they got to buy back. All right, here comes Mark Horton. He's out of Callahan, Florida, 640 to dial in for the wheel standing Chevy Camaro. Going against Paul Vizzo out of Brandon, Florida, the 66 Chevy 2. He's got a 629 dialed in. Red light start for Mark. I don't know what he was thinking there. That wasn't even a pretty red light. He goes 617 on that 640. Vizzo goes 627 on his 629. Tony Morris coming up next. 471 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got out of Winter Garden, Florida. And he'll be running up against Alden Rollins over there in the Budweiser lane. Borrowed his Uncle Jason's car. Going to give it a shot here today. He's got a 580 dialed in. Hey, red line start for Tony Morris. Allen goes 579 on that 580 dial in. So good run there for Allen. That'll bring up your next pairs. We're going to have Aaron Reynolds over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 619 going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Melbourne. Going up against Brian Jones. He's got a 463 dialed in. Okay, 4th separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Jones getting the win line here on a double breakout. He broke out by 4 thousandths. It looks like Aaron broke out by 18 thousandths. And your buy run coming up for last night's winner, Kelly Hicks, over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 452 dialed in. All right, so Hicks, 016 on the tree, 451 with a 3 on that 452, but he's going to move on into round number 2. wrapped up the first round there in Super Pro. Looks like we're getting ready to go over here to Junior Street. Junior Street, y'all should get loaded up, ready to go. Junior Street. All right, so here we go into Junior Street. We're going to have Michael Martin coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 9:45 is going to be the dial in for the S10 out of Gainesville. Going up against car number 427. All right, Jacob Richards coming up over here on the Budweiser side, driving the Ford Expedition. All right, so Jacob Richards picks up the win light here on a double breakout. Brings up your next pair. Brooklyn Collins coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 9:51's the dial in. Going against Molly Banger over here in the Budweiser lane. She got a 10:20 dialed in. And it looks like Molly is going to get the win light here. She goes 10:30 on that 10:20 dial in. Brooklyn goes out with a 9:58 on her 9:51. Molly was better on the tree, 116 to a 221. Byron coming up here for last night's winner. Here's Hunter Dowling. And he's got a 10:90 dial in. So I do know that we had closed the fuel depot, but if you do get into a bind and you do need to get some fuel, if you'll come up here and let me know here in the tower, and I'll see if I can make some arrangements with the young lady to help you out. All right, so here we go with the Pro Bites. Sportsman, y'all should be in lanes 5 and 6, and you're on deck. Sportsman, you should be in lanes 5 and 6, and you're on deck. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior dragsters, start making your way into the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters. Need my 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2, 13 and older, lane 1, Junior dragsters, start making your way into the staging lanes at this time. Okay, Larry Berger coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 11:31 is going to be his dial in. Going against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. 9:17 is his dial in. Okay, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. Looks like we got 87,000 difference at the starting line, 37,000 difference in the starting line. And your win line's going to come on down there for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. as he goes 9:15 on that 9:17 dial in. Berger went 11:19 on his 11:31. Sam Parrish coming up next. 9:16 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going against Anthony Vieira over here at the Budweiser lane. 8:88 is going to be his dial in. Okay, another clean green line start. Looks like that 98,000 difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, the win line's coming on for Anthony Vieira as he goes 8:95 on his 8:88 dial in. As Sam Parrish breaks out with a 9:12 on his 9:16 dial in. Vance Honeyshaw coming up next. He's out of Vero Beach, Florida. 11:91 is going to be the dial in there in the Lucas Oil lane. Going up against Tom Moats out of Ocala. 10:95 the dial in over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, here we go to the stripe, and it looks like your win line's going to come on down there for Tom Moats. He goes 11:09 on that 10:95 dial in. His Vance broke out 11:83 on that 11:91. He was definitely had it covered on the Christmas tree as Tom was dead late. So he got the gift there. That's going to bring up your next pair as we got John Up the Grove over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 860 is going to be his dial in, going up against Jeremy Davis. Fireball over here on the Budweiser side. He's got a 909 dial in. Okay, Jeremy just went James Bond 007 on Up the Grove. John's 049. Jeremy Davis goes dead on 6 with a 007 reaction time. Puts a 13,000 pack together. Up the Grove goes 860 with a 0. Cannot get the win line to come on with an 049 reaction time. I'll bring up Dwayne Leachman next. 891 will be his dial in. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Right up against Colin Nash. Colin's out of Orlando, Florida. He's got an 871 dial in. And red light started by Colin. He's going to give the automatic win here to Dwayne Leachman. And Leachman goes through with an 887 as Colin turned on the red light. And I'll wrap up round one of the Pro Bikes as we get ready to go over to Sportsman. right, attention out the pits, attention in the pits, junior dragsters, need you to the staging lanes, funding the 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12 in lane 2, 13 and older lane 1. Junior dragsters, need to make your way to the staging lanes at this time. All right, got Mark Pangillian over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track going up against John Lamdola in the Budweiser lane. 35,000 difference at the starting line. Win line's going to come on down there for Mark Pangillian. 1275 on a 48 dial in. Lamdola slowed to a 1349 on his 1311. Chad King coming up next. Chad's got a 1221 dial in on the S10 over here at the Lucas Oil lane going against Kenny Hires. Kenny's got 1105 dial in on his Chevy pickup. And it looks like we got 34,000 difference at the starting line and at the stripe. Your win line's coming off for Kenny Hires. So he goes to 1107 on an 1105 dial in. Good run there as Chad King breaks out with a 1209 on his 1221 dial in. Dennis Harsh coming up next. 1219 the dial in for the Infinity. Going against Brett Benjamin over here in Budweiser lane. Benjamin with a 1288 dial in. And Benjamin gets the win lines. He goes dead on 4 on the brakes. That's good. And Harsh goes out with a 1242 on his 1219. Jeff Barrier coming up next. He's got a 1209 dial in. He's out of Gainesville driving the Dodge Charger going up against Dan Salyers. Salyers out of Reddick, Florida driving the 71 Monte Carlo. He's got a 1216 dial in. All right, Salyers pulls off a James Bond here. Let's see if he's going to make the stick down on the top end. And on a double breakout, Salyers will get the win line. He goes 1210 on a 1216. His Barrier goes 12 flat on his 1209. Chris Courtney coming up next. 1105 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll be driving the Pontiac Trans Am. Going against Mitch Gunner over here at the Budweiser lane. 1358 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Charger. Mitch is out of Stark, Florida. All right, you got 29,000 difference at the starting line. At the stripe, it's going to be Chris Courtney getting the win line here as he goes dead on 3 and picks up the win. Gunner goes out with a 1364 on his 1358. Steven Strickland coming up next. 1182 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Going up against Blake Scott over here in the Budweiser lane. 1102 is his dial in driving the Dodge Challenger. All right, got a clean green light start. And here we go to the stripe. Your win light's going to come on down there for Blake Scott. He goes 1112 on that 1102 dial in. And Strickland breaks out by 6 thousandths. Bob Hoxton coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 11 flat to dial in for the pickup truck out of Lake Butler. Here right up against Jen Robarts over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 1285 dial in on her 84 S10 pickup out of Jacksonville. Okay, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. 44,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Your win light's going to come on down there for Bob Hodgson as he goes 1103 on his 11 flat. Jim breaks out with a 1276 on her 1285. All right, that's going to bring up Lily's mom. Here goes Monica Roberts over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And a 1258 dial in on her Chevy Camaro out of Ocala. And she's going to be waiting on Jay Dickinson. He'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. 1725 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy pickup. He's out of St. George, Georgia. So Monica's going to have to show some patience here as she's going to be fronting Dickinson almost full 5 seconds of head start before she can start chasing him. And here we go. And it's going to be close. Only 3,000 separate the two in the starting line, so this will be tight down on the top end. Here comes Monica. And she gets it done. She goes dead on 4, gets the win. Jay goes 17:34 on his 25 dial in. Monica was 0:52 to an 0:55. Alvin Rollins coming up next. 11:65 is going to be the dial in for the Firebird. Going up against Tim Hampert over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got 11:64 dialed in. You got 6 thou separate the two in the starting line. This will be a tight one down on the top end. Here we go. Win line comes on down there for Alvin Rollins. He goes dead on 6. Hampert goes 65 with a 4. Alvin was 0:53 to an 0:59. That brings up Dawson Bass. 12:35 is going to be his dial in the Ford Mustang from Jacksonville. He'll go up against Clint Wilson over here in the Budweiser lane. Clint's out of Providence, Florida. 68-0 with 11 flat dial in. Okay, so a clean start here. Looks like about 44,000 difference at the start, or 34,000 difference at the start. Clint Wilson's going to get the win lights. He goes 11:01 on his 11 flat dial in. Good run there. Dawson goes out with 12:41 on his 12:35. And this looks like just a test pass here for Sean in the Blazer. All right, junior dragsters, y'all should be in the lanes, getting suited up, ready to go. Junior dragsters should be in the lanes, suited up, ready to go. We'd like to take an opportunity to thank some of the racers as well as Derek for stepping up out there today and helping us out on the starting lines. We've been a little short-staffed here today, but you guys have been nice enough to come up, step up, and help us out. We do greatly appreciate it. attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Need Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator. Pro Eliminator, start making your way into lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. These Super Pro motorcycles. To lane 7, please. Super Pro bikes, lane 7. Alright, Peyton Duffett was over there in the Lucas Oil lane. It was too quick. Gives the automatic win here to Lincoln McMaster. Briella Browning coming up next. She'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Got 890 dialed in. Going to match up with Tanner Botany over here in the Budweiser lane. He also has an 890 dialed in. So we got a heads up run here. Well, the red line start there by Tanner Botany is going to get Briella Browning the automatic win. And she goes through with an 879 on that 890 dial in. Tanner went 885 on his 890. And it looks like Byron coming up here for Weston Daniel. He's got 891 dialed in. so Weston goes through with an 883 on his 891. All right, once again, looking for Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2, overflow goes to 3 and 4. All right, Allison Reynolds coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She got an 808 dialed in. Going up against Juliana Edelman. She got a Land O'Lakes Explorer. She got a 790 dialed in. All right, red light start there for Allison Reynolds. Going to give Juliana Edelman the automatic win light. Allison goes through with an 8 flat on her 808, and Edelman went 783 on her 790. Curtis Peak coming up next. He'll be over here to Lucas Oil Lane going up against Gavin Giddings out of Callahan. Gavin with an 845 dial in. All right. Red light start by Giddings. Going to get Peak the automatic win. Peak goes 780 on that 790. Gavin goes 830 on his 845. Cameron Rich coming up next. 795 is going to be the dial in for the driver out of Bradenton. And he'll be going up against Michaela Duffett over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, win light here on a double breakout is going to go to Cameron Rich. He broke out by 4th foul. And Duffett broke out by a bunch. It's going to bring up Hunter Dowling next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 821 is his dial in. Going against Matthew Peterson over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got 790 dialed in. All right, Super Pro Motorcycle. Super Pro Motorcycle. Need you to staging lane number 7, please. Super Pro Bikes. Start making your way into staging lane number 7, please. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator. Y'all should be in lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator. You should be in lanes 1 and 2. Okay, we got a double red light start here. Matthew Peterson's going to get the win as he had better of the 2 red lights. And he goes through with a 782 on that 790. And Hunter Dowling went 819 on his 821. All right. so we're gonna do a little makeup on the racetrack here, so to speak, and then we'll be getting underway with our Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator category. Also, folks, remember now while you're out there today, I see my buddy Thomas Gaines is out there. He's been taking pictures of y'all all day long. So make sure you get with him so he can get you something nice to hang up on the wall. And he does more than just take pictures of race cars. So if you got a special event or something like that, he can help you out with that too. So I'll keep that in mind. Get with Thomas and let him get you something nice to hang on the wall.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit. We'll protect it.
The number one source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
"60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great." ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida and David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
All right, here we go. Round number 2 of Pro Eliminator. This is where we start culling them out. Vance Hodeshell coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 746 dialed in, that electric Harley Davidson. He'll go up against Rob Reynolds over here in the Budweiser lane, 681 dialed in for the S10 pickup. Red light start for Vance is going to give the automatic win here to Rob Reynolds. And Rob goes through with a 671 on his 681 dial in. Andy Lindsay coming up next. 678 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. He's out of Alachua, running up against Brandon Williams. Williams is at a 744 dial in. He's out of Bradenton, Florida. Pontiac Firebird. And we got a double red light start. It looks like Andy Lindsay is going to get the red light here as he had the better of the 2 red lights. He's at 20 red with a 41 for Brandon. And he goes 682 on his 678. And Brandon breaks out as well as he went 739 on his 744. Tommy Borgia coming up next. 768 the dial in for the Mustang out of Dunellen, Florida. Going up against Keith Collins over here in the Budweiser lane. 673 the dial in for the driver out of Keystone Heights. And red light start by Tommy is going to give Keith Collins the automatic win light. And Collins goes through the 670 on that 673. Tommy went 765 on his 768. Scott and Leon coming up next, 697 the dial in for the Malibu out of Bellevue, Florida. Coming up against Jimmy Hodges over here in the Budweiser lane. Jimmy with a 610 dial in on his 75 Nova out of Middleburg. All right, we got a clean green light start. Both lanes, 31 thou. Separated the two at the start. We have a double breakout, and it's going to be Scott and Leon getting the win light here. He breaks out by 5 thou. It looks like Jimmy Hodges broke out by 18 thousandths. Phil Green coming up next. 603 the dial in for the 68 Camaro out of Ocala, and he's going up against Tim Pafford. Pafford out of Adel, Georgia, has got a 741 dial in on his S10 pickup. Okay, 24 thou difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Phil Green getting the win light here as he goes 604 on a 603. Pafford goes dead 5, but cannot get the win light to come on. He was 029 to Green's 005. Colin Nash coming up next. 550 is going to be the dial in for the motorcycle out of Orlando. Going up against Dan Salyers. Salyers got a 765 dialed in on his 71 Monte Carlo. He's out of Reddick. Okay, we got a clean green line starting both lanes. 34 thou difference at the starting line, and it's going to be Colin Nash getting the win right here. As he goes 553 on that 550 dial in. He was 016 on the Christmas tree. Salyers went 768 on his 65 dial in. He was 050. Mike Gaffney coming up next. 687 is the dial in for the AMC Gremlin. He's out of Wildwood. Going up against James Turner over here in the Budweiser lane. 738 is going to be his dial in. He goes 001 red, gives the win light to Mike Gaffney. Gaffney's 008. He goes 684 on that 687 dial in. All right, D. Lichty coming up next. 664 is the dial in for the 69 Camaro out of St. John's, Florida. He'll be going up against Steve Welsh over here in the Budweiser lane. 679 is the dial in. He's out of Ocala. And that's 75 Duster. Red light start there by Steve Welsh is going to give D. Lichty the automatic win. D's 026 on the tree, goes 669 on that 664. And Welsh broke out as well as Red Lichty. He went 675 on his 679. Corky Bumpus coming up next. 669 the dial in for the Barracuda. He'll be over here in the League Soil lane. He'll run up against Lonnie Westbury out of Odom, Georgia. 790 is his dial in. All right, got a clean green light starting both lanes. Looks like you got 69 thou difference at the starting line at the stripe. The win light's coming on down there for Corky Bumpus as he went 674 on that 669 dial. All right, Paul Bizzo coming up next. He's out of Brandon, Florida. 629 the dial in for the 66 Chevy 2. He'll run up against Travis Marchand over here in the Budweiser lane. His 69 Camaro. Travis had a 586 dialed in, but Travis turned the light red. And the win line will come off from Paul Bizzo. All right, that'll bring up Jerry Bizzo next. 628 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Land Lakes, Florida. It's 1967 Chevy 2 Nova. Going up against Richard Lindsay over there in the Budweiser lane. 644 is the dial in for the Mustang. All right, got a clean start for both drivers. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Richard Lindsay getting the win line here. He goes dead on 9 with a 0.32 reaction time as Jerry breaks out with a 6.24 on his 6.28 dial in. Reed Farrar coming up next. 650 is the dial in for the 66 GTO out of Jacksonville. Coming up against Larry McClendon over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 689 dial in on the 66 Plymouth. Red light start for Reed Farrar. Larry McClendon is 003 on the tree. He goes 691 on that 689. Good run there for him. Reed goes dead 8, but giving away with a red light start. Kyle Cox coming up next. 731 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Fireball Jeremy Davis over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 577 dialed in. All right, got a clean start for both riders. And your win line is going to come off for Kyle Cox, 732 on a 31 dial in. Jeremy Davis went 578 on his 577 dial in. Jeremy was behind on the Christmas tree though, 032 and 096. George Emanuel coming up next, 756 is the dial in for the Nova out of High Springs. He'll run up against Joe Cool Hutto. He's out of Jessup, Georgia in the 74 Maverick. He's got a 693 dial in. $15,000 separate the two at the starting line. This one should be pretty good at the stripe. Here we go. And it's going to be George Emanuel getting the win line here as he goes 757 on a 56 dial in. Joe Cool bows out with a 696 on his 693. Joe was 004 to 019 for George. A red light start there for Mel Rice. He's going to get Lee Hauser the automatic win. Hauser goes 718 on his 716 dial in. And Mel broke with a 628 on his 632. He was 014 red. All right, that's going to bring up John Rollins. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 599 the dial in for the Nova out of High Springs. He'll be going up against Ernie Renfro. Ernie's over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got the 70 Camaro from Middleburg. He's got a 665 dialed in. All right, got a clean start in both lanes. Looks like a 21,000 difference in the starting line, and it's going to be Ernie Renfro getting the win line here. He goes dead on 6. John goes dead on 7. Ernie was the head on the Christmas tree. Ernie gets the win line. Mark Horton coming up next. 640 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. And here we go against Roland Alford over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 731 dialed in. All right, looking for the Super Pro motorcycles. Super Pro motorcycles, y'all should be in lane 7. Okay, here we go. We got a Mark Horton's going to get the win line. He goes 6:43 on a 6:40. Roland was perfect on the reaction time, but could not seal the deal on the top end as he went 7:39 on his 7:31 dial in. James Evans coming up next. 6:98 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang out of Jacksonville. They're going against Anthony Vieira out of Palm Coast. 5:64 is going to be the dial in for the motorcycle. Red light start there by Anthony is going to give James Evans the automatic win. And James goes through with a 6:95 on his 6:98 dial in. Jimmy Hall coming up next. 7:18 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He's out of Hilliard, Florida. And Tom Courtney, we were here in the Budweiser lane. 6:48 is the dial in for the Trans Am. He's out of High Springs. All right, 86 now separates these two at the starting line. And it's going to be Tom Courtney getting the win line here, 6:53 on the 6:48. Good run there for him. As Jimmy Hall goes dead on with a 9, but unfortunately he cannot get the deal sealed as he was behind on the Christmas tree or the 186 reaction time. John Dwayne coming up next. 6:02 is going to be the dial in. He'll run up against Mike Francho here in the Budweiser lane. 6:32 is going to be the dial in for the 65 Chevelle wagon out of Ocala. All right, we got 20,000 difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be French getting the win light here on a double breakout. He goes 6:29.3 with his 6:32 dial in. And John Dwayne went 5:98 on his 6:02. Paul Allen coming up next. 7:06 is the dial in on the 72 Maverick. He's out of Middleburg. And he'll run up against Rick Smith over here in the Budweiser lane. 8:06 is the dial in. Rick's out of Middleburg as well. Red light start for Paul Allen. It's going to give Rick Smith the automatic win. Tension in the pits. Need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro needs you to lanes 1 and 2. Overflow goes to 3 and 4. Oh, Super Pro, come on down. Kevin Roberts coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the 69 Camaro. And he'll go against Clint Wilson over here in the Budweiser lane. 6:86 is his dial in the Nova. And we got red light starts at both lanes, and it looks like Clint Wilson will get the red light at the better of the two red light starts. As he was 009 red to an 012 red. Wilson also goes through with a 690 on that 686. All right, David Sankey coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 7:08 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Leah Tadero over there in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 7:67 dialed in. Okay, we got a clean start in both lanes. Looks like we got about 13,000 difference at the starting line at the stripe. It's going to be David Sankey getting the win light here on a double breakout. As he goes 7:05 on that 7:08. And Leah went 7:60 on her 7:67. Bart Van Gillian coming up next. 666 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He'll run up against Donnie Hutto over here in the Budweiser lane. 691 is the dial in for the Mercury Cougar out of Justin, Georgia. And a red light start for Donnie Hutto is going to give the automatic win here to Bart Van Gillian. And Bart goes through with a 667 on his 666. And Hutto went out with a 695 on his 691. Jeff Barrier coming up next. He's got 772 dialed in on the Dodge Charger. Going to go up against Dustin Daniel from Lake Butler. 656 is going to be his dial in. And a red light start there for Barriers. Looks like he left before the tree was activated, so he'll get no time. And the win line goes to Dustin Daniel, who goes 671 on a 656. All right, Dawson Bass coming up next. 723 is going to be the dial in for the Mustang out of Jacksonville. He'll go up against Dwayne Schmidt Sr., driving the Chevy Nova over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, one is real good, one is late. And Dawson Bass is going to get the win line here as he goes 728 on a 23. He had a 002 reaction time. Schmidt goes out with a 712 on his 710. Aaron Reynolds coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. 621 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Melbourne, Florida. We're up against Bob Hoxton over here in the Budweiser lane. 692 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy pickup truck. All right, blue lights coming on for Aaron Reynolds. He goes dead on 9 and gets the win. Bob Hoxton breaks out by 3 thousandths. Mike Mockney coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 632 is his dial in. He'll be running up against Curtis Peak. Peak's got a 676 dial in. Okay, red line start there for Curtis Peak. He's going to give Mike Mockney the automatic win. And Mockney goes dead on with an 8. Good run there for him. Okay, Amber Matz picks up the win line there. She goes 674 on that 673 dial in. Looks like they'll bring in Brett Benjamin. 818 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy out of Jacksonville. All right, once again, looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Lane 22 with overflow to 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Lane 22 with overflow to 3 and 4. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. The Junior Street. Needs you back to staging lane number 8, please. Junior Street. Start making your way into staging lane number 8, please.
Actually, Brett went to go stage the car and actually noticed that something was on the track. Just going to break the beams and take the round win.
All right, so Veneman just broke the beam and pull it out. All right, here we go with the Super Pro motorcycles. Then we're going to have Dwayne Leachman over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 558 is going to be his dial in. Go right up against Sam Parrish over here in Budweiser lane. Parrish with a 579 dial in. All right, we got clean green light starts in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. And it's going to be Dwayne Leachman getting the win line here, 560 on a 558. As Parrish breaks out with a 574 on his 579. That'll bring up Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he will be running up against Richard Holder over there in the Budweiser lane. Schmidt has a 582 dial in, 554 is the dial in for Holder. And red light start here for Richard Holder is going to give Dwayne Schmidt Jr. the automatic win light. And Jr. goes through with a 581 with a 6 on his 82 dial in. Looks like Holder just went tooth under on his as well, as he went 553 with an 8 on his 554. John Upthegrove coming up next. 560 is the dial in. He's out of Keystone Heights. He'll run up against Anthony Vieira over here in the Budweiser lane. He goes 564. Okay, Anthony Vieira, looks like he's going to get the win light here. As it looks like John Upthegrove may have rolled the beams out there.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition and a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
2-second head start here before Colin Nash can go after him.
So the electric Harley Davidson pulls the trigger early.
All right, we got Larry Berger coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 719 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Jacksonville. And we're going up against Jeremy Davis over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 577 dialed in. Okay, win line comes on for Jeremy Davis. He goes 588 on that 577 dial in as Larry Berger breaks out the 716.5 on a 719 dial in. And it's scary because Berger had him covered. He was 010 to like a 196 light. And then we're up here, right here for Roy Hagedorn. He's out of Venice, Florida. He's got a 565 dialed in.
All right, we're going to go side by side here in just a few minutes. Go ahead and let you know that we have the Super Pro class up next, sponsored by FB Trailers. Junior Street Pro Motorcycle. Then the Allen Speed Machine Sportsman class. And to round out round 2 will be the Junior Dragster class.
All right, here we go with our Super Pro. We got Mark Horton coming out over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 642 is going to be the dial in. He'll be going up against Zach Collins over there in the Budweiser lane. 642 is the dial in for the Vega out of Citrus Springs. Yeah, red line start there for Zach Collins. It's going to get Mark Horton the automatic win. Horton was 002, goes 638 on his 642 dial in. Alan Roush coming up next, 617 the dial in for the S10 out of Jacksonville. Going up against David Harris over here in the Budweiser lane. 479 is going to be the dial in for Harris. He's out of McClenny, Florida. Okay, here we go. Harrison Roush. And 10,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the strike. Then it's going to be David Harris getting the win line here, 482 on that 479. As Alan Roush goes out with a 634 on his 617. All right, Bruce Bennett coming up next. 562 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He's out of DeBerry, Florida. They're running up against Brandon Williams over here in the Budweiser lanes. 740 is his dial in. All right, we got 27,000 difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Brandon Williams getting the win line here, 742 on that 740 dial in. As Bruce Bennett goes out with a 569 on his 562. Autumn, D. Rossett coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 510 is going to be her dial in. Going against Brian Jones over here in the Budweiser lane. 463 is the dial in. And he is out of Orange Park. Yeah, red line start for Autumn's going to get the automatic win here to Brian Jones. And Jones goes dead on 5 with a 0.33 reaction time. Good run there for him. D. Ross said she was dead on 7, but she was 0.20 red. All right, Randy Banger coming up over here next on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 494 is going to be the dial in. He'll run up against Chad Kennedy over here in the Budweiser lane. 609 is the dial in for Chad. All right, looks like 12,000 separates the two at the starting line, and that's going to be Chad Kennedy getting the win line here as he was 611 on that 609. He was 008 on the tree, and Randy Banger breaks out by 5 thousandths. That's going to bring up Derek Punky Brewster over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 530 will be his dial in. He'll run against Mark Horton over here in the Budweiser lane. Horton with a 6 flat dial in. Excuse me, Mark Watson, not Horton, Watson. All right, got 5,000 difference at the starting line and the stripe. It's going to be Watson getting the win line here as he goes dead on 6 with a 006 reaction time. Puts a 12-mile pack together. Your margin of victory at the stripe was 0.0001. 1/10,000th of a second. All right, that's going to bring up Adam D. Rossett. 490 will be his dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Jason Graham over here in the Budweiser lane. Graham with a 566 dial in. All right, only 2,000 separated the two in the starting line, and it's going to be Jason Graham getting the win line here. He went 568 on that 566. All right, Jordan Prince coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got 466 dialed in, and we're going against James Hicks Jr. 508's his dial in. All right, Jordan Prince over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 466 is the dial in. Going against James Hicks Jr. 508's his dial in. Here we go to the strike. It's going to be Hicks getting the win light. He goes dead 9, picks up the win. Jordan Prince goes out with 473 on our 466. Brendan George coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. No, that's not Bob George. I'm sorry, folks. That's going to be Scott Gibson over there in the Lucas Oil lane. He's got a 464 dialed in. He'll be going up against Jerry Bizzo over there in the Budweiser lane. got 17,000 difference at the starting line here. Here we go to the stripe. Your win line's coming off for Jerry Bizzo as he goes 630 on a 627 dial in. As Scott Gibson broke out by 2,000. Now to bring up Billy Dunn next. 472 is going to be the dial in for Billy. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's going to run up against A.J. Kelly over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 454 dial in. He's out of Jacksonville. All right, looks like we got the 8,000 difference in the starting line, and the win line's going to come on down here for A.J. Kelly as he goes through the 456 on that 454 dial in. Billy Dunn breaks out with the 470 on his 472. Bubba Hawthorne coming up next over here on Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 442 dialed in. He'll be right up against Grayson Wright over here in the Budweiser lane. Grayson with a 493 dialed in. Okay. Looks like problems with Grayson Wright's car as he slowed right down. Bubba figured that out as soon as he went going by him, so he slowed it down. He went 480 on his 442, under 10. As Grayson slows to a 605 on his 493 dial in. Barry Rowell coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's driving the Chevy Vega out of Hunter, Georgia. He'll run up against Mark Daniels over here in the Budweiser lane. 494 is the dial in for Mark. Okay, so Barry Rowell's going to get the win light here on a double breakout over Mark Daniels. As he went 586 on that 587, he broke out by 2,000ths. Daniels broke out by a full 100. Yep. All right, Lou Hawthorne coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 446 is going to be the dial in. He'll go up against David Hicks. Hicks has a 501 dial in. He's out of St. Augustine. Red light start there for David Hicks is going to give Lou Hawthorne the automatic win. And Lou goes through with a 445 on his 446 dial. Hicks went dead on 5, but he was at 13 red. Robert Ledbetter coming up next. 592 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird out of Fort Pierce. Going up against Bobby Trinnell over there in the Budweiser lane. 507 is his dial in. He's out of Fort White. right, we had identical reaction times, and Bobby Trinell is going to get the win line there as he breaks, both drivers break out. He goes 5:05 with an 8 on a 5:07. Ledbetter went 5:88 on his 5:92. All right, Nick Brown coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 6:09 is going to be the dial in for the Camaro. And here we're up against April Prince over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 6:23 dial in on her S10 pickup. All right, we got a clean start in both lanes. It's going to be Nick Brown going to pick up the win line here. So he goes 6:09 with an 8 on a 6:09 as April breaks out by 2 thousandths. All right, here goes Lou Galley out of Fort White. The 77 Corvette's got a 5:62 dial in. Here we're going up against Kelly Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. Hicks with a 4:52 dial in. He's out of Elkton, Florida. All right, 35,000 difference in the starting line. Lou Galley is going to get the win line here. He goes 5:66 on that 5:62 dial in as Hicks breaks out by 3 thousandths. All right, Chip Trotter coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 4:65 is going to be his dial in. He's out of McClenny, Florida. Coming up against Trent Horton over here in the Budweiser lane. 4:93 is his dial in. All right, 11,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and the win line comes off of Chuck Trotter, 4:66 on the 65 dial in, as Trent Horton breaks out by 8 thousandths. Paul Vizzo coming up next, 6:29 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy 2 over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And here we're up against James Bunner. James got a 5:78 dial in. He's from Dayton City. All right, 15,000 separate these two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be James Bunner getting the win line here as he goes dead on 3. Picks up the win as Vizzo breaks out by 8 thousandths. Dave Demers coming up next, 4:79 the dial in for the drag shot at Fort McCoy. We're running up against Haley Wright over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 5:12 dial in. All right, 10,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to stripe. Haley Wright's going to get the win line here. She goes dead on 3 with a 13 reaction time. She was the 16th out back together. Demers breaks out by 9 thousandths. looks like we might have Mike Bonacci coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Kurt Carlson will be over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, Bonacci's got a 503 dialed in. 493 is going to be the dial in for Kurt Carlson. Okay, your win line here is going to come on for Mike Bonacci as he has 505 on that 503 dial in. This Kurt Carlson slow to a 513 on his 460, 493. Alan Rollins coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, driving for Jason's Chevy Nova. Right up against Keith Collins Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 559 dial in. All right, got a clean start in both lanes. Here we go. The stripe, it's going to be Alan Rollins getting the win light. As he goes through with a 581 on his 580 dial in. Collins goes 562 on a 559. Aaron Reynolds coming up next. 621 is going to be the dial in for the S10 over here in the Lucas Oil lane. They'll go up against the S10 over here in the Budweiser lane. This is Alan Roush. He's got a 618 dial in. Came on for Aaron Reynolds, 622 on a 621 dial in. He was 004 on the tree. Alan Roush goes out with 619 on his 618. John Dwayne coming up next. 599 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Jacksonville. He'll go up against Brian Jones over here in the Budweiser lane. 464 the dial in for the direction out of Orange Park. All right, 22,000 difference at the starting line. A new double breakout. John Dwayne's going to get the win light here as he breaks out by 2,000. And Brian Jones breaks out by 3. All right, Jackie Bennett coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil lane. 440 is the dial in. We're going against Tony Morris over here in the Budweiser lane. 472 is Tony's dial in. red light though as he goes through with a 472.0 on his 472 dial in. Okay, that's going to bring up Brendan George. Okay, so Brendan over here in the Budweiser lane's got a 486 dial in. All right, double O reaction time there for Brendan George. He goes dead on one. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need junior dragsters, start making your way back to the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters, getting my 6 to 9 year olds in lane 8, 10 to 12 year olds in lane 2, 13 and older lane 1. Junior dragsters, start making your way to the lanes, please. All right, Mike Martin coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 930 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Brooklyn Collins over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 951 dial in. All right, we got a clean green light start in both lanes, and at the stripe, it's going to be Brooklyn Collins getting the win light here. She goes through the 961 on that 951 dial in, as Martin goes out with a 943 on his 930. Hunter Dowling coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 1090 dial in, going up against Molly Banger over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 1020 dialed in. Okay, on a double breakout, Hunter Dowling is going to get the win light here. All right, Jacob Richards coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 985 dialed in. Okay, that'll bring up our Buy right here for car H249. All right, attention to the pits. Meet my junior dragsters. Junior dragsters, start making your way to the lanes, please. Junior dragsters, start making your way to the staging lanes, please. Need my 6 to 9 year olds in lane 8, 10 to 12 in lane 2, 13 and older lane 1. All right, here comes Thom Boats over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1095 is going to be his dial in, going up against Anthony Vieira. Anthony's got an 891 dial in. He'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, looks like I got 22,000 difference at the starting line. That's a strike. The win line's coming off of Thom Boats. 1103 on that 1095 dial in as Anthony Vieira breaks out with an 889 on his 891 dial in. Dwayne Leachman coming up next. 888 is going to be his dial in, going up against Bass Howdeshell. He's got 1173 dial in. He's out of Vero Beach. Yeah, red light start there for Vance is going to give Dwayne Leachman the red light. And Leachman gets 885 on his 888 dial in. That brings up Colin Nash. Next, he'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll be going up against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. 914 is his dial in. All right, so Colin Nash turned on the red light, give the automatic win here to Dwayne Schmidt Jr. And Schmidt goes to 12-13 with a 2 on a 12-14 dial. Levy Berger coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's on the Harley Davidson. Looks like he'll be running up against Sam Parrish. All right, Jeremy, we're going to have to tie a string on your finger here so it can get you to where you can remember that cat. All right, so here comes Fireball. He was actually trying to fireball us again. He's out of Palm Coast, got a 906 dialed in. There. That's the hard way to take the light, but it'll work. horsemen. Once again, looking for my junior dragsters. Back to the lanes, please. Junior dragsters, need you back to the lanes, please. All right, here we go. We got Dawson Bass coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1240 is going to be his dial in. He'll be going up against Jeff Barrier over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got 1210 dialed in. All right, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. And here we go to the stripe. Your win light's going to come on down there for Dawson Bass as he goes 1242 on a 1240 dial in. And his barrier goes out with his 1216 on 1210 dial in. Chris Courtney coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Tim Pafford over there in the Budweiser lane. Pafford with 1162 dial in. All right. Got a clean start, and at the stripe, it's going to be Tim Pafford getting the win light here on a double breakout. So he goes 1159 on that 1162. Alvin Rollins coming up next. 1166 is the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. Here we're up against Steven Strickland over here in the Budweiser lane. Strickland with 1178 dial in. All right, Alvin picked up the win, 1168 on 1166 dial in. Strickland bows out with 1189 against 1178. Monica Roberts coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1255 is her dial in, going up against Mitch Gunner over here in the Budweiser lane. Mitch's got 1363 dialed in on his Dodge Charger. He's on a start. Okay, looks like we got 18 thou separates the two at the starting line. And here we go to the stripe. Your win line's going to come on down there for Monica. She goes dead on 5. She was 036 on the tree. Mitch was 054. Mitch goes too quick as he goes 1361.8 on his 63 dial in. Bob Hoxton coming up next. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 11 flat dial in for the Chevy pickup. Going up against Brett Veneman over here in the Budweiser lane. 1275 is his dial in. So Jay Dickinson's off and running. He's up against Kenny Hires. Kenny's got an 1104 dial in. 1731 is the dial in for Jay Dickinson. Okay, looks like you got about 8 thou separate these two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and the win line's going to come on down there for Kenny Hires. As he goes 1116 on an 1104. Jay Dickinson goes 1744 on his 1731. Chad King coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1208 is the dial in. And we're going against Jen Robards over here in the Budweiser lane. 1285 is the dial in for her little S10. line start there by Jen Robards is going to give Chad King the automatic win. Chad goes through the 12:13 at 110 miles an hour. All right, Blake Scott going up against Clint Wilson. One of them was real good, one of them was real late. And Clint Wilson's going to get the win line there. He had a perfect reaction time as he goes 11:21 on 11:10 dial-in. Clint Wilson broke out 10:94 on his 11 flat. All right, that's going to bring up Mark Pangillian next. So we go on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and a red light start by Dan Salyers. He's going to give Bart the automatic win. And Salyers goes 12:10 on that 12:13. And Bart goes out with his 12. He wins it, but he has 12:51 on his 56. All right, junior dragsters, let's get loaded up and ready to go, junior dragsters. All right, here we go with our junior dragsters, and we got Hudson Matz coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 13:68 is going to be the dial-in. He's out of Gainesville. Going up against Kylie Moneybags Bachny. She's over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got 11:92 dialed in. She's out of Venice, Florida. got a nice clean green line start in both lanes. Kylie's kind of in control of it right now. Let's see what she can do with it down on the top end. She's going to score big. She gets the win light 11.97 on 11.92 dial in. As Hudson goes 13.80 on his 13.68. That'll bring up your buy run here. All right, Gavin Dennis coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 13.93 is going to be the dial in. Gets a little bit excited, leaves just a little bit early. And goes 13.98 on that 13.93. All right, here we go. We got Sierra Haight coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 894 is going to be her dial in. She got up against Tanner Mockney over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Venice. Okay, looks like we got 29,000 difference at the starting line, 19,000 difference on the starting line, excuse me. And looks like it's going to be Sierra Haight getting the win line here. She goes dead on 7, picks up the win as Tanner Mockney breaks out by 11 thousandths. Molly Banger coming up next. 890 is going to be her dial in. She'll be running up against Carson Murphy over here in the Budweiser lane. 908 to dial in for Murphy. 890 is the dial in for Molly. All right, Molly Banger is going to get the win line here. She goes through with an 896 on her 890 dial in. As Carson Murphy goes 914 on a 918. Molly was ahead on the Christmas tree with a 077 to a 135. Aaron Kennedy coming up next. 890 will be a dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll go up against Grayson Edelman over here in the Budweiser lane. 899 is his dial in. He's out of Land Lakes, Florida. Okay, looks like you got about 8,000 difference at the starting line. And here we go to striping. Aaron Kennedy is going to pick up the win line here, 893 on an 890 dial in as Edelman breaks out by 9 thousandths. Johnny Boxley coming up next. 891 is going to be his dial in. He went up against Xander Cook over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got an 890 dial in. Red light start there for Xander Cook. It's going to give Johnny Boxley the automatic win. And Xander went through at an 887 on 890. Moxley goes to 892 on his 891. Ryder Horst coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 9 flats to dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Weston Daniel over here in the Budweiser lane. 891 is his dial in. All right, red light start there for Weston Daniel. It's going to give Ryder Horst the automatic win light. And he's going to go through with a 905 on that 9 flat dial in. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, need you lanes 1 and 2. For overflow, go to 3 and 4. Super Pro Motorcycles, Super Pro Bikes. Need you back to lane 7, please. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. All right, Peyton Duffett coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 899 is going to be his dial in. They go up against Briella Browning over here in the Budweiser lane. Briella with an 890 dial in. All right, got a clean green line starting both lanes. 47 thou separates the two at the starting line at the stripe. Briella Browning getting the win light here. And she goes 895 on her 890 dial in. And then Duffy goes 906 on an 899. Here comes Wyatt Hicks. 899 is going to be the dial in there in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll run up against Ryden Cook over here in the Budweiser lane. 890 is his dial in. Red light start for Wyatt Hicks. He's going to get the automatic win here to Ryden Cook. And Cook goes through with an 889 on an 890 dial in. Hicks goes through with a 9 flat on his 899. He was 005 red. I'll bring up Scarlett Hicks next. 917 is going to be her dial in. She'll run up against Blake Jones over here in Budweiser lane. He's got an 890 dial in. All right, we've got a clean green light start in both lanes. Looks like Blake Jones go 35 to no 91. He'll get the win line, but he goes 897 on that 890 dial in. Scarlett went 919 on her 917. She was just behind on the Christmas tree. All right, Lincoln McMaster coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He got an 895 dialed in. All right, so red light start there for Lincoln. He is on the bye run though. He had 895 dialed in, goes 888 on that 895. All right, attention to the pits, I need Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator, need you to lanes 1 and 2. Come on down. Super Pro Motorcycles, need you to staging lane 7. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. All right, Curtis Peak coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 790 is going to be his dial in, going up against Matthew Peterson over here in the Budweiser lane. He also has got a 790 dialed in. All right, only 8,000 separates these two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. And the win line's going to come on down there for Matthew Peterson. Okay, this is a good one now because they both run 793. One with a 7, one with a 3. 8,000 difference between the two. You got 41 10,000ths of a second with your margin of victory. Allison Reynolds coming up over here next on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She'll be going up against Michaela Dubbin over there in the Budweiser lane. 821 is going to be the dial in for Michaela. 804 the dial in for Allison. All right, got a clean start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. This is going to be Allison Reynolds getting the red light here. 806 on her 804 dial in. As Michaela went out with an 826 on her 821. Cameron Rich coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 790 dial in. He's out of Bradenton, Florida, going up against Gavin Giddings out of Callahan. 832 is his dial in. Okay, win light here is going to come on for Cameron Rich, 809 on that 790 dial in. Gavin Giddings goes 841 on an 832. Rich was 003 on the Christmas tree to a 108 for Gavin. Hunter Dowling coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 821 is going to be his dial in. And here we run up against Juliana Edelman. She's got a 790 dial in. She's out of Land Lakes, Florida. start there for Edelman's going to get Hunter Dowling the automatic win. And Hunter goes dead on 4. Good run there for him. All right, we got a test pass coming up here for Hunky Brewster.
That was just a practice run right there. Little track prep ahead of the third round. We're going to take a little commercial break.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit. We'll protect it.
The number one source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida and David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
Again, I want to thank everybody jumping on and watching On the Spot Motorsports Media here from Gainesville Raceway. This is race number 12 of the Scorpion ET Bracket Series. Also, want to remind everybody this Thursday night we're going to have Paige Coughlin joining us. We're going to talk about the Street Outlaws No Prep King Series. That's going to be quite entertaining. And please, if you're watching this on Facebook, also go to our YouTube page as well, our channel, and subscribe. All right, we're getting in the third round of the Rollins Automotive Pro class. And I'm going to turn it over to our announcer.
He'll run up against Mike Gaffney over here in the Budweiser lane. Gaffney with a 686 dial in the AMC Gremlin. And we got a nice clean start, and it's going to be Mike Gaffney getting the win light here as he runs dead on 4 with a 008 reaction time. He puts a 12th out back together. George Mander breaks out by 5 thousandths. Kyle Cox coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's got a 723 dialed in. We're up against Mike Mockney over here in the Budweiser lane. 632 is the dial in for Mike. And we got a clean start in both lanes. And at the stripe, it's going to be Mockney getting the win light here as he is dead on 2. And Kyle Cox goes out with a 727 on his 732 dial in. Paul Bizzo coming up next. 629 is going to be the dial in for the 66 Chevy 2. And he'll run up against Amber Matz. She's got a 673 dialed in on the S10 pickup truck. She's out of Gainesville. All right, once again, looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2, Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro motorcycles, y'all should be in lane 7. Super Pro bikes should be in lane 7. All right, Amber Matz picks up the win right there. She goes 675 on her 673. Bizzo runs dead on 4. But he was behind on the Christmas tree by a full 30 thou, and he could not seal the deal. Scott DeLeon coming up next. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's got a 696 dialed in. He'll run up against Dustin Daniel over here in Budweiser lane. He's got a 656 dialed in. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Need Junior Street, start making your way to lane 8, please. Junior Street, start making your way to staging lane number 8, please. All right, Dustin Daniel picks up the win line there as he goes through the 661 on his 659. That's going to bring up Dawson Bass. 723 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang out of Jacksonville. And he run up against Rob Reynolds over here in the Budweiser lane. 683 is the dial in for Reynolds. Yeah, red line started there by Rob Reynolds. Going to give Dawson Bass the automatic win lane. And Bass goes through the 724 on that 723 dial in. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Need Junior Street, start making your way back to lane 8, please. Junior Street, start making your way back to the staging lane number 8. Sportsman, you can make your way into staging lanes 5 and 6. Allen Speed Machine, Sportsman, you start making your way into lanes 5 and 6. to Super Pro Motorcycles. We got Dwayne Leachman over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 558 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Anthony Vieira out of Palm Coast. 563 is his dial in. All right, Leachman's got a 0-1 reaction time to an 084 for Anthony. Leachman gets the win line here as he is 562 on that 558 dial in. Good run there for him. Anthony goes out with a 567 on his 563. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. coming up next, 581 is going to be his dial in. We're up against Fireball Jeremy Davis over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got 577 dialed in. Red line start for Jeremy Davis is going to give Dwayne Schmidt Jr. the automatic win. Schmidt goes through the 582 on that 581. All right, here's your next pair. We got Colin Nash coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 553 is going to be his dial in. Right up against Roy Hagedorn over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 565 dialed in. Red line started there by Colin Nash. Is going to give Roy Hagedorn the automatic win. And Roy goes through the 563 on his 65 dial in. Take that here and thank Rick Brantley out there. He's been working in the burnout box with us all day and most of the afternoon. We certainly appreciate it. It's not what he came out here to do, I'm sure, but he sure has stepped up to help us out today. So thank you very much, Rick. We do appreciate it. All right, here we go back into our Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. And our first pair coming out, we're going to have John Dwayne over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 599 dialed in. Here we go up against James Hicks Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. 509 is going to be the dial in for Hicks. All right, we got a clean green line start. Looks like Hicks is ahead by about 12 now on the starting line. He'll pick up the win. 5:10 on a 5:09. Good run there for James Hicks. As John Dwayne goes out with a 6 flat on his 599 dial in. Bubba Hawthorne coming up next. 442 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Memphis, Florida. Here we're going up against Brandon Williams over here in the Budweiser lane. 743 is his dial in. All right, 15,000 separates the two in the starting line, and it's going to be the Turdbird getting the win line here. Brandon Williams with the Firebird goes through, picks up the win with a double breakout. He breaks out by 8 thou. Bubba Hawthorne breaks out by 11 thousandths. Barry Rao coming up next, 587 the dial in for the Nahana, Georgia-based Chevy Vega. And we're up against David Harris over here in the Budweiser lane. Harris with a 479 dial in. A lot of things going on around the dragster over there. Hopefully everything's okay.
Go cut them off behind the tree for a second.
Dead even on the starting line, both those 10 reaction times, and it's going to be Barry Rao getting the win line here as he goes dead on 1 and picks up the win. David Harris goes 481 on his 479. All right, once again, looking for the Junior Street. If y'all need to be back in lane 8, Sportsman need you lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. All right, here we go. We got Alvin Rollins coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 580 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Nova. He's out of High Springs. Borrowing his Uncle Jason's car. Going up against Bobby Trinnell. He's out of Fort White, Florida. He's got a 506 dial in. All right, 1,000 separates the two at the start. We got a 009 for Allen, 010 for Chanel. Win line, Allen. Dead goes 581 with a 0. Goes 581 on 580 dial in. As Chanel went 508 with his 506. Nick Brown coming up next. 609 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He'll run up against Mark Watson over here in the Budweiser lane. 6 flat the dial in for the Trans Am. Yeah, red light start there for Mark Watson. It's going to give Nick Brown the automatic win. All right, that'll bring up Lou Hawthorne next. 445 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against A.J. Kelly over here in Budweiser lane. Kelly with a 456 dial in. minutes to the starting line, and the stripe is going to be AJ Kelly picking up the win. 4:58 on a 56 dial, and good run there for him. Lou Hawthorne goes out with a 4:48 on his 4:45. He had 16 10,000ths of a second was the margin of victory. All right, Brendan George coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 488 is going to be his dial in. He went up against Brian Jones over here in the Budweiser lane. Jones with a 464 dial in. He's out of Orange Park, Florida. All right, 21,000 difference at the starting line, and it's going to be Brendan George getting the win line here as he goes dead on 9 with a 005 reaction time. He puts a 14,000 back together. Flying Brian goes dead on 0. He's 026 and cannot get the win line to come on. Tony Morris coming up next. 472 is the dial in for the dragster over here at the Lucas Oil lane. He's out of Winter Garden, Florida. Going up against Jason Graham out of Jacksonville, the 65 Chevy Nova. They'll get a 568 dialed in. Yeah, big wheels up, start there for Jason Graham. They're dead even on the starting line. 006 is running each lane, and it's going to be Jason Graham getting the win line here as he goes 569 on his 68 dial in. He goes 69 with a 1. Tony goes 473 with a 3. 28 10,000ths of a second was your margin of victory. Judd Trotter coming up next. 465 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Haley Wright. She'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got 511 dialed in. All right, 16,000 separate these two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. The win line's coming on for Haley Wright. She goes 512 on a 511 dial in. Trotter slowed to a 469 on his 465. Trotter was actually ahead on the Christmas tree. All right, that's going to bring up Luke Galley next. 565 the dial in for the Corvette out of 4 white. He'll run up against Chad Kennedy over here in the Budweiser lane. 610 the dial in for the Mustang. Chad's out of Middleburg. Red line start there for Chad Kennedy. He's going to give Luke Galley the automatic win. And Louis goes through with a 592 on his 565. Chad went 660 on a 610. Mike Bonacci coming up next. He's got a 498 dialed in. He'll run over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll run up against James Bunner over here in the Budweiser lane. Bunner with a 577 dial in. All right, attention in the pits, junior dragsters, start making your way back to the lanes, please. Junior dragsters, need you back to the lanes. I need pro bikes. Need y'all in staging lane number 7. Pro Motorcycles, need you in staging lane 7. All right, Jerry Vizzo coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 627 is the dial in for the Chevy Nova. He's out of Lynn Lakes, Florida. And he'll run up against Aaron Reynolds over here in Budweiser lane. 621 is his dial in. He's out of Melbourne. All right, we got 22,000 difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Aaron Reynolds getting the win line here. 623 on that 621 dial in. As Bizzo goes out with a 628 on his 627. The Byron coming up here from Mark Horton. 640 is going to be the dial in. Once again, looking for Pro Motorcycles. Pro Motorcycles need you back in staging lane 7. Junior Street, you should be in lane 8. Sportsman, you should be back in lanes 5 and 6. Junior Dragsters, need you back to the lanes, please. Junior Dragsters, need y'all back to the lanes as well. 6 to 9 year olds in lane 8, 10 to 12 in lane 2, 13 and older, lane 1. Just do it a 637 on that 640. And that's going to bring up looks like a test hit here for Billy Dunn. All right, Pro Bikes need y'all to lane 7. Pro Motorcycles need you to lane 7. Double 0-1 reaction time there for Billy Dunn is 471, 146 miles an hour. All right, Jacob Richards coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 985 is going to be the dial in. Brooklyn Collins over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got 961 dialed in on the Chevy pickup truck. Really nice start there by Jacob Richards. Just going to give the automatic win here to Brooklyn Collins.
I think this is just a test hit in the Budweiser lane.
All right, here we go back into pro motorcycles. And we're going to have Samuel Parrish over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Fireball, Jeremy Davis is going to be over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, Dwayne Leach, or excuse me, Sam Parrish is going to get the red light here on a double red light start. He had the better of the two red lights, so he didn't get the win. He goes 909 on his 905 as Jeremy goes out with a 924 on his 909 dial in. Now we're going to have Dwayne Leachman next. 885 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Wildwood, Florida. And he'll have just Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got 914 dialed in. Red light start there for Dwayne Leachman. It's going to give Schmidt the automatic win. And Schmidt goes through the 917 on that 914 dial in, 891 on 885 for Leachman. Byron coming up here for Thom Modes. bomb goes through 11-12. And it looks like that'll wrap up that round of the pro motorcycles as we're getting ready to go here to sportsmen. All right, we got Bob Hoxton coming up over here on the Lucas Oil lane. He's got 11 flat dialed in. Got a Lane Butler driving the 90-mile Chevy truck. Coming up against Tim Pafford over here in the Lucas Oil in the Budweiser lane. 11:58 to dial in for the S10 out of Adel, Georgia. Okay, Pafford's off and run with an 024 reaction time to a 111 for Hoxton. And Pafford runs dead on 9. He'll get the win light there as Hoxton breaks out with a 1093 on his 11 flat. Chad King coming up next. 12-12 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Gainesville. Coming up against Bart Pangillion over here in Budweiser lane. Bart with a 12:53 dial in. And they're away clean in gray. It looks like about 8,000 separates the two in the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Chad King getting the win right here as he goes 12:19 on that 12-12 dial in. As Bart bows out with a 12:60 on his 12:53. Monica Roberts coming up next. 12:54 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Ocala. Showing up against Kenny Hires over here in the Budweiser lane. Hires with 11:17 dialed in. Okay, so we got a pair of red light starts here. Looks like Kenny Hires will get the win light here as he had the better of the two red light starts. He has 11:17 with a 5 on that 17 dial in. Good run there. As Monica goes through the 12:58 on a 12:54. That brings up Dawson Bass next. He's got 12:40 dialed in on the Mustang out of Jacksonville, and Alvin Rollins will be over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got 11:67 dialed in on the Pontiac Firebird. All right, 17,000 seconds later. The win light's going to pop up for Alvin Rollins. 11:67 on that 67 dial in. Good run there for Alvin. As Dawson Bass bows out with a 12:44 on his 12:40. And looks like Byron coming up here for Blake Scott. He's got 11:07 dialed in on the Dodge Challenger. All right, here we go back into our junior dragsters. Looks like this is going to be our finals for the 6 to 9 year olds. As we got Gavin Dennis over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 1393. And going up against Kylie Moneybags Botany. Be over here in the Budweiser lane, 1191 third aisle in.
The announcer had to walk away for just a minute.
All right, here we go. We got Molly Banger coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 is going to be the dial in. Going up against Ryan Cook over here in the Budweiser lane. Cook with an 891 dial in. All right, got a clean start for both riders. And here we go to the stripe. Your win line's coming off from Molly Banger. She has 893 on that 890 dial in. As Ryan Cook also goes 893 on his 891 dial in. Molly had better reaction time. She was 081 to a 115 for Ryan Cook. Sierra Haight coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's got an 894 dial in. She'll run up against Blake Jones over here in the Budweiser lane. 890 is his dial in. Six down, separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Blake Jones getting the win line here as he goes 892 on that 890 dial in. And Sierra slows to an 897 on her 894 dial in. 27 ten-thousandths of a second was the difference at the stripe. Johnny Moxley coming up next. 892 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Briella Browning over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got an 890 dial in. Okay, Briella Browning's off and running with an 018 reaction time to an 056 for Johnny Moxley. And at the stripe, it's going to be Briella picking up the win line here. She goes 897 on her 890 dial in. Moxley goes 9 flat on his 892. Aaron Kennedy coming up next. 894 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Lincoln McMaster over there in the Budweiser side. And looks like Lincoln's got an 891 dialed in. things off with an 038 reaction time to an 076 for Lincoln. And it looks like Lincoln's going to get the win line here as he goes 892 on his 891. Aaron breaks out with an 893 on his 894. He broke out by 5 thousandths. Ryder Horse coming up next. 903 is his dial in. All right, 056 is reaction time there for Ryder. And he goes through the 912 on that 903 dial in. All right, attention in the pits, on the Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator. Start making your way back to lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro Motorcycles, need you back to lane 7, please. Lanes. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. All right, Al Surrender's over there in the Lucas Oil Lane's got their 010 reaction time. Matthew Peterson 034. And Al Surrender's going to get the win line here, 808 on her 804 dial in as Peterson goes out with a 798 on his 790 dial in. All right, Cameron Rich coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 795 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Hunter Dowling there in the Budweiser lane. He's got an 821 dial in. All right, attention in the pits, Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Make your way into lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Motorcycles. Take you to lane 7. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. And your win line's coming on for Cameron Rich. 809 on a 795 dial in. All right, once again, I need Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
At the stripe, and Amber is going to get the win line here. She goes 676 on a 673, and I think he goes out with a 706 on his 704. Mark Horton coming up next. 642 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Callahan. He'll run up against Ernie Renfro. He's out of Middleburg, Florida, and his Camaro, he's got a 665 dialed in. Need Super Pro motorcycles. Super Pro motorcycles to the lanes, please. Super Pro bikes, need you to the lanes. Okay, 26 now difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Ernie Renfro gets the win line here. 667 on the 665. He was 010 on the tree. Horton was 036. Breaks out with a 640 on the 642. Mike Mockney coming up next. 658 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang out of Venice, Florida. Coming up against Brett Benneman over here in the Budweiser lane. 852 is the dial in for the Chevy Malibu. Red light start by Mike Mockney is going to give Benneman the automatic win. Benneman goes through with an 845 on that 52 dial in. Mockney went 634 on his 632. Dustin Daniel coming up next. 658 is going to be the dial in for the S10. He's out of Lake Butler. He'll go up against D. Lichty over here in the Budweiser lane. D with a 667 dial in with a 67, 69 Camaro. Okay. One of them's good. D. Lichty is going to get the win line here. 674 on his 667. He was 014 on the Christmas tree. Dustin Daniel goes out with a 666 on his 658. James Evans coming up next. 692 is the dial in for the Mustang out of Jacksonville. He'll run against Mike Gaffney over here in the Budweiser lane. Gaffney with a 686 dial in on the AMC Gremlin. And we got a clean start in both lanes. And Mike Gaffney is going to get the win line here as he goes 692 on his 686 dial in. James Evans goes 697 on a 692, but he was behind on the Christmas tree, 026 to an 092. Here comes Corky Bumpus. Corky got a 672 dial in on the Barracuda. Going up against Aaron Reynolds over here at a Budweiser lane. He's got 621 dialed in on his S10. Red light start for Corky is going to give Aaron Reynolds the automatic win. And Aaron goes 618 on the 621. Corky goes dead on 3, and he's 032 red. Colin Nash coming up next. 554 is going to be the dial in for the motorcycle out of Orlando. He'll run up against Dawson Bass over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 723 dialed in. All right, attention to the pits. Super Pro, Super Pro. Missing one of you out there in lanes 3 or 4. Super Pro. Got one car missing. Need you to start making your way to the staging lane, so we're about to run your class here in just a couple minutes. And you're going to be late. Need the Super Pro motorcycles back to lane 7. Super Pro bikes, you're needed in lane 7. Looks like your buy run coming up here for Keith Collins. He got a 673 dialed in. Red line start there for Keith Collins. He goes 694 on that 673. All right, Super Pro motorcycles should be in the lanes. Super Pro cars, you should be in the lanes as well. All right, here we go. We got Dwayne Leachman coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 560 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Dwayne Smith Jr. is over here in the Budweiser lane. 583 is going to be his dial in. All right, looks like we got about 17,000 separates the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Dwayne Leachman getting the win line here, 562 on a 560 dial in. Good run there for him. And Schmidt goes through the 584 on his 583. And it looks like your buy run's coming up here for Roy Hagedorn. He's got a 565 dialed in. looks like our Alvin Rollins coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 582 is going to be the dial in for the Nova. He's out of High Springs, Florida. Here we're up against James Hicks Jr. over here in Budweiser Lane. Hicks with a 510 dial in. All right, so here we go. And we got a clean green line start. It looks like you got about 16,000 difference at the starting line, and it's going to be Hicks getting the win line here as he goes dead on with an 8. Gets the win line. Alvin goes out with a 584 on his 582 dial in. That'll bring up Brendan George next. He's over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 488 is going to be his dial in. Going against AJ Kelly over here in the Budweiser lane. 457 will be the dial in for AJ. All right, need Junior Street. Junior Street back to lane 8. Junior Street needs you back to lane 8, please. Need Pro Bikes. Pro Bikes to lane 7. Pro Bikes lane 7. Sportsman, need you back to lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Red line start by Brendan George. Going to give AJ Kelly the automatic win. AJ goes 456 on his 457 dial in. Nick Brown coming up next. 615 is going to be the dial in. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track going up against Haley Wright. She's over here in the Budweiser lane. 511 is going to be her dial in. Okay, we have a clean green line start both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Haley Wright getting the win line here. She was 512 on that 511 dial in as Nick Brown breaks out with a 609 on his 613 dial in. Barry Rowell coming up next. 587 is going to be the dial in for the Vega out of Daytona, Georgia. And we're going to get Jason Graham over here in the Budweiser lane. 569 is the dial in for the 65 Chevy 2. All right, better call out once again for Sportsman and Pro Motorcycle. Pro Motorcycles need you back to 7. Sportsman needs you back to 5 and 6. Red line line start for Jason Graham's going to give the automatic win here to Barry Rao. Barry goes through the 586 on his 587. Jason went 567 on his 569. Mike Bonacci coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 5 flat dialed in. He'll be going up against Lou Galley over here in the Budweiser lane. Lou with a 565 dialed in. Once again, looking for Sportsman, the lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Pro Bikes, lane 7. Pro Bikes, lane 7. Junior Street, lane 8. Junior Street, lane 8. Attention to the pitch. Junior dragsters. Start making your way back to the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters. Need you back to the staging lanes. 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2. 13 and over, lane 1. Let's start making our way back to the lanes, please. Okay, Bonacci gets the win light here as he goes 534 on his 5 flat dial in. Lou breaks out with a 560 on his 565. Mark Horton coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll be running up against Aaron Reynolds. Horton's got a 640 dial in, 616 to dial in for Aaron. All right, 6,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and the win light's going to come on for Aaron Reynolds as he goes 616 on a 616. Good run there. Horton goes out with a 641 on a 640. All right, my run coming up here for Brandon Williams. 742 is the dial in. And he's going to go 741 with a 9 on 142. And we got a test pass coming up here next for Billy Dunn. All right, once again, looking for Pro Bikes. Pro Bikes to lane 7. Pro Bikes lane 7. Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street lane 8. Junior Street lane 8. Junior Dragsters lanes 2 and 1. Junior Dragsters 10 to 12 in lane 2. 13 and over lane 1. All right, Doug goes 014 on the reaction time, 7:49 at 167. All right, looks like this is going to be our Junior Street final round. Looks like Hunter Dowling and Brooklyn Collins. I'm going to duke it out here. All right, Hunter Dowling coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1090 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going against Brooklyn Collins over here in the Budweiser lane. 964 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy pickup. All right, we got a clean green line start in both lanes. And it's going to be Hunter Dowling getting the win line here as he goes 1093 on that 1090 dial in. As Brooklyn goes out with a 989 on her 964 dial in. So that should take care of our Junior Street for the day. Looking for my junior dragsters, 10 to 12-year-olds back in lane 2, 13 and older in lane 1. As we go over here to the pro bikes. And we're going to have Tom Boats coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll be running up against Sam Parrish over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, here comes Tom Boats. He's got 11 flat dialed in. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Sam Parrish over there in the Budweiser lane got 909 dialed in. Okay, looks like we got 15 thou difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Sam Parrish getting the win line here. So he goes dead on 3 and picks up the win. Tom goes out with 11.05 on his 11 flat. And that'll bring up the bye run for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. Schmidt's got a 917 dialed in. Okay, Schmidt goes through the 918 on that 917 dial. All right, looks like we're getting down to the nitty gritty here in Sportsman. Looks like we're down to 5. All right, here we are at Sports Center. We got Alden Rollins coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 1164 is going to be his dial in. Here we going up against Kenny Hires over here in the Budweiser lane. Kenny with 1115 dial in the Chevy pickup truck. Nice start there for Alan Rollins. Going to get Kenny Hires the automatic win. And Kenny goes through an 11:08 on that 11:15. Rowland went 11:63 on his 11:64. All right, that's going to bring up Tim Pamper. Looks like Tim's going to be the bye run here. He's got 11:58 dialed in. And he goes through 11:54 on that 58. And that'll bring up Chad King next over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. 12:05 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Gainesville. And Blake Scott out of Pinetta, Florida is going to be over here in the Budweiser Lane. He's got 11:02 dialed in on the Dodge Challenger. All right, so we got a 20,000 difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Blake Scott getting the win light here as he goes through 11:05 on that 11:02. As Chad King goes through the 12:13 on the 12:05.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit. We'll protect it.
Over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 912 is going to be the dial in going against Molly Banger over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got an 890 dialed in. All right, 6 now separate the two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Ryder Horse getting the win line here as he goes 913 on a 912 dial in. Good run there for him. Molly Banger breaks out by 7 thou. Blake Jones coming up next. 893 is going to be his dial in. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Lincoln McMaster over there in the Budweiser lane, he's got 891 dialed in. He'll be on the Budweiser lane. clean green light start. Got an 015 reaction time for Lincoln and a 093 for Blake, and it looks like on a double breakout, Lincoln's going to get the win light. And it looks like Byron coming up here for Briella Browning. All right, Briella Browning off and running on her bye run. And she was 883, 72 miles an hour.
The number one source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
Side of the track, 809 is going to be her dial in. Going against Cameron Rich over here in the Budweiser lane. 8 flat is going to be the dial in for Cameron. He's out of Bradenton, Florida. Okay, we had a clean green light start. Looks like we got about 61 pound difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Allison Reynolds picking up the win light here. She goes 811 on that 809 dial in. Cameron Rich goes out with an 805 on an 8 flat. we're going to have Xander Cook coming up over here on the Budweiser Range. Looks like it's going to be a couple of single hits coming up here. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro Eliminator. Start making your way to staging lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator, stage lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro, need you lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Motorcycles, need you back to 7, please. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. All right, so Ryan Cook goes 892 to 72. takes the reaction time there for Xander. And he goes 896 at 72. All right, so I'm looking for my Pro Eliminator. Pro Eliminator is lane 1 and 2. Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. down to the nitty gritty here, folks. We got Mike Gaffney coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 686 on the AMC rim, and a red line start for Keith Collins. Takes him out. He's going to be done here for the afternoon. Mike Gaffney gets the win line, goes 685 on that 686. Mike moves on into the next round. All right, Dawson Bass coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 723 is going to be the dial up for the Mustang out of Jacksonville. Here right up against D. Lichty over here in the Budweiser lane. 667 is the dial in for the 67, 69 crowd. Yeah, red light start there for D. Lichty is going to give Dawson Bass the automatic win. And Dawson goes 723 with an 8 on that 723 dial in. Good run for him. D goes 685 on his 667. Brett Benjamin coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 845 is going to be the dial in. Going up against Ernie Renfro over here in the Budweiser lane. 665 is going to be his dial in. Okay, we got a clean green line start. Looks like they got 45 now at the starting line. And Ernie Renfro is going to pick up the win line here as Brett breaks out with an 834 and his 845 dial in. So Ernie moving on into the next round. comes what shaping up to potentially be the coolest race of the day. Alright, so here we go. So we got Amber Matz coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 672 is going to be her dial in, going up against Aaron Reynolds over here in the Budweiser lane. Aaron's got a 621 dialed in. Okay, here we go. They're staged up, ready to go. Red line start for Aaron Reynolds. Gives Amber Matz the automatic win. Amber's 0-11 on the Christmas tree. She's going to go 674 on that 672 dial in. Aaron went 624, but he was 0-12 red. All right, here we go with our Super Pro final round in bikes, and a red light start for Dwayne Leachman is going to give Roy Hagedorn the automatic win. Hagedorn puts a 000 light, goes 565 on a 564 dial in. So congratulations to Roy Hagedorn. You are the Super Pro motorcycle champ here this afternoon. All right, looks like this the goodbye run here for Mike Bonacci. He's got 5 black dialed in on the dragster out of Ocala. All right, here we go. We got Barry Rao coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 587 the dial in for the Vega out at Mayhunta, Georgia, going up against the Turd Bird. This is Brandon Williams. 742 the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. And we got a clean green light start. Only 4 thou separates the two at the starting line. At the stripe, it's going to be Brandon Williams getting the win light here, dead on 9. He was 0-15 on the tree. Barry Rao breaks out by 6 thou. James Hicks Jr. coming up next. 890 is going to be the backhand, right? James Hicks Jr.'s got a 510 dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Running against Haley Wright over there in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 511 dialed in. All right, here we go. And we got a clean green line start. It looks like 11 thou separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Hicks gets the win line here. Goes dead on 8. Picks up the win as Haley goes 513 or 511. Haley was actually a little better on the Christmas tree. She was 020 to an 031. But Hicks moving on into the next round. Okay, here we go. Is where we got AJ Kelly coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 455 is going to be the dial in for the dragster. Going up against Aaron Reynolds over here in the Budweiser lane. Aaron with a 616 dial in. junior dragsters, need you back to the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters, need you back to the staging lanes, please. Sportsmen, need you back in the lanes. Sportsmen, need you to the lanes, please. Okay, 13 miles separate the two at the starting line, and it's going to be Aaron Reynolds getting the win line here as he goes 617 on that 616 dial in. He was 014 on the tree. Kelly goes 456 on a 455. He was 027. All right, looks like we're going into our pro bike final round. And it's going to be Sam Parrish over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Dwayne Schmidt Jr. will be over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, Parrish got a 904 dial in, 917 the dial in for Schmidt. All right, we got a clean start in both lanes. And your winner will be Dwayne Schmidt Jr. Gets the win line, goes 920 on a 917 dial in. Sam goes out with a 911 on his 904. So congratulations to Dwayne Schmidt Jr. for your win here today in Pro Bikes. All right, looks like getting ready to go over here to Sportsman. Looks like we might be down to 3. So this will be a semifinal matchup here. And you're going to have Kenny Hires coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 11:15 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Tim Pappard over here in Budweiser lane. Pappard with 11:56 dial in on his last 10. Okay, that one's real good. One way late. And Tim Pappard is going to get the win light here as he goes 11:66 on that 11:56 dial in. He was 010 on the tree. Hires is 11:20 on his 11:15. His reaction time was 1:16. And we got our bye run here for Blake Scott. And it looks like he's just going to take the tree and back up. So he'll be ready to match up with Tim Pappard for the Sportsman final round. All right, I think it's going to be our semifinals here in the 10 to 12-year-olds. And we're going to have Briella Browning over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 is her dial in. Going against Lincoln McMaster over here in the Budweiser lane. 891 will be his dial. Got a red light started there by Lincoln McMaster's going to give the automatic win to Briella Browning. Now, Molly was going to announce this for me, but she chickened out. So now I'm going to get the other one that's up here. Allison, your turn. Come on. Go ahead. Come on, come on. All right. Well, in this case, you just remind you, tell everybody who's running.
Rider horse. His little sister's adorable. With shades. Oh, he's solid. He's 15. Better than me. No, just some. We need to put his little sister in the car, though.
All right, Rider Horse, good to hit my 015 reaction time goes 9:13 on that 912 dial in, so should be coming back here in just a little bit to face off in the final round. And thanks, ladies, for coming up and helping me out. All right, so we're starting to get down to the shank of the day here and getting towards the end. Mr. Thomas Gaines is going to be down there taking photos of y'all here in the winner's circle and everything here after a bit. So make sure you get with Thomas so he can get you something nice to hang up on the wall. And remember, he doesn't do just race car pictures. He will do other events, so you'll need to keep that in mind. Throw a little love on Thomas's way. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. I need Pro and Super Pro. Back to the lanes. Pro and Super Pro. Back to the lanes, please. Need Sportsman back to the lanes. Sportsman, need you back to the lanes, please. All right, once again, need Pro and Super Pro back to the lanes. Need Sportsman back to the lanes. Need my Sportsman finalists to the lanes. I got one of them there. Need Mr. Pappard into the lanes. And need my Pro and Super Pro cars back to the lanes, please. we go in our semifinals now, our pro eliminator. We're going to have Amber Matz coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 674 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. She's out of Gainesville. Going up against Mike Gaffney over here in the Budweiser lane. Gaffney has a 686 dialed in on his 77 AMC Gremlin. Okay, so here we go with Amber Matz and Mike Gaffney. Waiting on Mike to get in there. He was just about cutting it close there. All right, we got a clean green line start. Looks like we got 33 thou difference at the starting line. And here we go to the strike win line. It's going to go on for Amber Matz as she goes through with a 676 on that 674 dial in. Gaffney bows out with a 689 on his 686. Amber was 003 to an 036. Dawson Bass coming up next. He's got a 723 dial in on the Ford Mustang out of Jacksonville. Going up against Ernie Renfro over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 666 dial in on his 1970 Camaro. He's out of Middleburg. Okay, one's good, one's late. And one is good, just one. Dawson Bass moving on into the final round as he goes 725 on a 723. He was 013 on the tree. Ernie bows out with a 669 on his 666 dial in. So that'll put Dawson Bass in the finals against Amber Matz for the finals in Pro Eliminator. All right, here we go to Super Pro. All right, here we go. We got Brandon Williams coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 744 is going to be the dial in for the third bird. And he'll be running up against Aaron Reynolds over here in Budweiser lane. 616 is the dial in for the pickup out of Melbourne. All right, we got a clean green light start. Got 9 fouls separating the two in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Aaron Reynolds getting the win line here. 618 on the 616. He was 022 on the tree. Brandon Williams goes out with a 745 on his 744. He was 031. Yeah, Jim points that out. Your margin of victory on this one was 8/10,000ths of a second. All right, Mike Bonacci coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 5 flat to dial in for the dragster out of Ocala. Going up against James Hitch Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. 510 to dial in. He's out of Elton, Florida. All right, we had a good clean green light start. One of them's late, one of them's good. Let's see how it works out on the top end. It works out like you would expect it to it. James Hicks Jr. picks up the win. He goes at 5'11" on a 5'10". He was 0.16 on the tree. Bonacci breaks out with a 4.99, but he was 0.100 there on the Christmas tree. So James Hicks Jr. going to be moving on into the final round. All right, here we go with our sportsman final round. And it's going to be Blake Scott over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 11:05 is going to be the dial-in for the 2017 Dodge Challenger. He's out of Pinetta, Florida. Going against Jim Pafford over here in the Budweiser lane. Pafford's out of Adel, Georgia. Got 11:59 dialed in. Okay, we got a 63 thou difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and the win light's going to come on down there for Blake Scott. As he goes 11:10 on that 11:05 dial in. Good run there for him. Pafford goes out with 11:64 on his 11:59. All right, so we're down to final rounds. It looks like we got one final for the juniors still to go, and we're in the finals of Pro and Super Pro. So those Pro and Super Pro drivers, y'all are cool them and fuel them. Get them back in the lane as soon as you can. Would be greatly appreciated. Excuse me, the 10 to 12-year-olds, I should say. Rider Horse is going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 9:13 is going to be the dial in. Going up against Briella Browning. She's got a 9:01 dial in. Okay, we got a clean green light start. At least we got about 50,000 difference at the starting line. And here we go to the stripe. Your win light's coming off from Briella Brown. And she goes through the 9:02 and that 9:01 dial in. Good run there for her. And Rider Horse goes out with a 9:14 on his 9:13 dial in. Briella was 0:47 to an 0:97. And that brings us down to our final two event flag races of the day. That's going to be the Pro and Super Pro finals. So drivers, as soon as you cool them and fuel them, Let's get them back to the lanes.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida at David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition and a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
The number one source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
All right, we're waiting for the last two classes of the day for their finals. They're in the pits right now trying to get their rides cooled down to bring them back up to the staging lanes. Again, I want to thank everyone for joining us here at Gainesville Raceway at On the Spot Motorsports Media. And to let you know, don't forget about this Thursday night. We'll have Paige Coughlin joining us for our podcast. And then on the 20th, we're going to have Michelle Morrison from Australia. She races down there. And on the 27th of this month, we will have Cami Caruso. We'll talk to her about when's the possibility we can see her back in a pro stock car and how's the process going with physical therapy on getting that leg repaired that she injured. So please join us either on Facebook or on YouTube. We'll be glad to have you.
Final round. We got Amber Mats coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 674 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. She's out of Gainesville going up against Dawson Bass over here in the Budweiser lane. 723 is his dial in. He's out of Jacksonville driving the Mustang. And a red line start by Amber Mats is going to give the automatic win here to Dawson Bass. And Amber goes dead on with a 0. Bass goes 724 with a 2. He was 091. And Amber goes 017 red.
Final round in the FD trailers. Super Pro class is next, and it will be the last race of the day.
Good times. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up everything for us here at Gainesville Raceway for this weekend. And we thank you very much.
And that was Aaron Reynolds taking the win
And
there.
if we could get some calmer heads down here, it would be greatly appreciated. Down there, help Corey.
Yeah, I want to iterate. Sorry about that. We lost the mic for a second there, but Aaron Reynolds takes the win. Runs a 6:17 on a 6:16. We want to thank everyone joining On the Spot Motorsports Media today with live streaming of race number 12 of the Scorpion ET Sit Bracket Series here at Gainesville. Again, don't forget that we will be having Paige Coughlin on our podcast this Thursday night. So until then, everyone, please take care and have a good evening.